Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. Happy Hallowtween. We're just hanging out today, doing some sprints. I have Storm with me, who is the brainchild behind Hallowtween here. And we might have Beth, who's our other co-host, joining us. I'm not sure when she's going to come on, but she might. So
She may be able to pop in and say hi, but she's quite busy.
exactly. So, how are you doing today?
Good. I didn't have to do anything today, so I let myself sleep in a little bit because I've not been getting enough sleep. I've been really super tired.
Yeah.
So like my Fitbit said I had 7 hours of sleep. That's like the most I've had in like last night.
Oh.
So it's like, yay, I slept a little bit. So I feel a little bit better now. My eyes aren't like.
Do you feel like, even though the time change hasn't happened yet, do you feel like it's already getting into that mode?
Yeah, I think so.
I feel like it's like at 9 o'clock, I'm like, you know what? I'm going to go to bed because I'm tired and there's.
And I like when I have to take Rascal out in the morning, it's dark and it's like, it's happening. It's dark now. It's like 6 o'clock and it's dark. And then I go and get him, even though it's like 6:30 at night. You can just tell, and it's like, I don't like this.
Mm-hmm. I know that feeling. You know, it's like you get up, I'm in the shower, it's dark, I'm getting ready to leave, it's dark. I'm like, okay. You know. Just at that right point on the highway, too, then the sun comes up and it's blinding me. And, like, you know, when your sun visor won't go down far enough.
Yeah, you're like trying to do this, but trying to see the like road at the same time.
Exactly. That's what I'm doing. So, what are you planning on reading today or doing, whatever?
That's a good question. I didn't even bring anything over here. They're over there. But okay, so I will first. Everybody, I have not forgotten, but I need to upload my 2 on Tuesday. I just got done editing it and everything, and it's exporting right now. So that'll be the first thing I do on a reading sprint.
Okay.
And then I started The Lost World by Michael Crichton, but I don't know if I'll work on that. Is it audio? Or I might work on one of my eyeball books, which I have the one that's over there, which is The Mummy Man and Waffles. I really need to get that done. And I also have The Phantom Academy by Kristen Berning that I'm working on. That's an eyeball book too that I need to work on. I don't have an audio middle grade going at this moment because I finished Give Me Something Good to Eat last night. So.
Nice. I think I'm going to start one. I've been very into middle grade mysteries lately. So I'm doing Sisterhood of Sleuths by Jennifer Chambliss Bertman. And I'm going to start that one today. So I'm kind of
I'll be interested to see what you think of that. I haven't read that one.
That one has like they are Nancy Drew inspired in that one. So I'm curious, like, if they'll like reference stories from Nancy Drew in that one too. So let's see what everybody else is up to. Yeah, Mary Jo said, hello and happy Tuesday. Thursday. Where am I at? Sorry I can't stay, but I just wanted to say hi and hit the thumbs up. Have a good day and happy reading. I hope you're having a good day too. We have Michelle said, hey, Leave, just notified that you're doing live sprints. Not able to join because we're out and about, but wanted to bop the like button and say hi. And she said, I'll give a rewatch later. Thank you very much, Michelle. We have Melmac. Hi, everyone. I'm reading Killer Takeout by Lucy Burdett, number 7 in the Key West Food Critic on page 92 of 279. I want to say, Mel, when you put up those pictures of the glass blowing, I got so excited for a minute thinking that you were the one in the picture doing the glass blowing. I was like, oh, man, that's cool. But I'm like, no, she'll still stay hidden. Anita says, greetings, everyone. Today I'm reading Murder by Cheesecake, and I will be doing a little bit of writing. Oh, very nice. What are you writing? What are you working on? I feel like I've been out of the loop lately. I have no idea what anybody's doing. So, Esther Jane said, happy Hallowtween. I am now reading Seventh Heaven, number 7 in the Women's Murder Club by James Patterson and Maxine Petro. Are you liking that one? Norman said, hi, friends. Hope your day is going great today. I'm reading The Moon of Gomrath by Alan Garner, middle grade. Very nice.
I don't know that.
I don't know that one either. It almost sounded like a fantasy sci-fi to me.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Lisa's here. She says, hey, everyone. How are you doing? Norman said, yay for sleep, Storm.
Yeah.
And Caitlin's here. She said, working, but booping, like, and muting you. That's okay. Appreciate you coming by. Oh, I can ignore the potential spam call. I've been getting tons of these a day. I don't know why. And Kat's here. She said, Haley and Stormy, happy Tuesday, friends. I hope everyone's doing well. I'm eating lunch, red beans and rice. That sounds really good right now. Really
I feel
good.
like that's like a main staple in her household.
In Louisiana, absolutely. I feel like that's what you're having. That's it. Lisa says it's been hard getting up in the morning when it's still being dark. Yeah, absolutely. That's rough because when the sun's up, at least you're like, all right, it's time to get up. When it's dark, you're like, just roll over with the blanket. I don't want to get out of bed. Yep, I get that one. Corinne says yum to Kat. Said yum is right. And Kat said, I'm reading The Woman in the Library by Sully Gentile. I know she was excited about reading that one. And Carmen asked Stormy, you started The Lost World?
I did, and I was listening to it last night, and I got bogged down in some of the sciencey stuff, and I got lost. I had to start all over again, so maybe that's why it's called The Lost World.
She's like, I don't know where I'm at. Gotta start over.
It's like Michael Crichton, cut out all that evolution-y chaos theory stuff, and let's just get to the good stuff. But
he's trying to make it realistic.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of mixed feelings about The Lost World, but I'm like, I need to do it and just get it over with because it was just a duology or whatever. So, like, and one of the characters that I thought was supposed to have died in the first one isn't dead. So I'm a little confused. I'm confused right now.
I noticed your crew of people are here. You guys are still doing your J.A. Jance reading books.
Yes.
I feel like I'd never heard of that series, but since you guys have been talking about it, I see it everywhere now. And I'm like, oh, there you go.
Yeah, and I've gathered up quite a few other people that are reading it and or trying to get into it, or they're a little bit behind, but they're trying. One of my friends, Sarah, I want to say it's the Book Princess, I think is her name, but she's trying to catch up. She's on number 6 or 7.
What are you guys on now? 14?
We're on. We just finished 10.
Okay. So, yeah, maybe it was 14 I saw somewhere, and I was just like, oh, wait, like they're way into the series now. I'm like, I couldn't jump in.
For starting in March, like we're pretty.
You guys are moving along.
Yeah.
They're really moving. And then plus you got the side books, too, for the other character.
Yeah, we're on number 5, I think, on Brady.
Mm-hmm.
So far, the only one that we haven't really jived with was The Hour of the Hunter, Walker number 1. That was
okay. That's not bad for all of these.
Like, thank goodness it's only a 6-book series.
No, that's not bad. Just to not like one out of all the ones you read. No, that's not bad. Jillian's here. She said, hi, Lee and Stormy. I'm listening to Project Hail Mary today while I work. Glad you have something to get you through work today. And Roxy's here. She said, hello, everyone. I just finished my book, Sork of the Everflame, not a middle grade Hallowtween book. Get your pitchforks. No, we're not. You can read whatever you want.
I was giving her grief last night because she said she hadn't read any middle grade books. And I was like,
no. The first one I read this year was an Audible Plus one. It was called The Weirdies by Michael Buckley. It was like such a cute little fun, quirky story. That just put me like into a middle grade mood. So
yeah, I've never heard of that one.
I think there's 3 of them out, and it was the first 2 are narrated by Kate Winslet, and the third one is also by some celebrity, but I don't remember who that was right now.
I know when I seen your TBR, I was like, where's the spooky books? It's all mystery.
I was like, I still want to read the mysteries. I'm like, the middle grade mysteries were all the ones that I had, and I'm just like, that's what I wanted. But now, of course, you recommended some that like, I'm like, oh, I'm going to put this on the list too. A couple other people are like, oh, you should read this one. I'm like, all right, well, now I'm starting to build up the spooky ones, but.
Yeah, and like some of your mystery ones, I was like, haven't read that one. So
I feel in the mysteries. I'm like, everybody was doing like a mystery and all the ones that I was picking out. So I'm like, I'll recommend some spooky and spoopy, but I want to read the.
Yeah.
But you know what, though? I'm also feeling like in all the ones I'm reading, some of them are still hitting the like
words that we have.
Yeah.
So.
And that's why I was like, I wanted people to be able to like read whatever they want. Actually, Beth's not here, but I'm feeling like rebranding next year and everything because, I mean, as much as I like the name Hallowtween, I feel like it boxes it into where some people that don't participate in Halloween and all them kind of things don't want to participate in it. Right. And then some that don't like the spooky ones or whatever. So I was thinking about, like, I don't know, falling into middle grade or something like that.
Well, that's cute. I like that one.
Where it didn't matter what kind of middle grade book you read, you could still participate.
Yeah.
That way people can read their spookies if they want. They don't have to if they don't want to. I don't know.
Listen, because middle grade has gotten scary, too. I mean, what's her name? Scritch Scratch over there. She is scary.
Yeah. So. It has. And, like, the covers, too, have gotten really spooky.
They really have.
You know, and I've kind of gotten a little bit away from, like, celebrating Halloween myself. So
have I.
You know, so it's just like, maybe I need to rebrand.
Yeah. That is partially why, I stopped celebrating last year. So I was just like, I want to read, like, the mysteries. I want to read fall, but I don't really want to read Halloween.
And it's like, I know.
If everybody else does, that's fine. I don't mind. But.
And I don't, like, think that I need to associate spooky with Halloween because I like read spooky all the time.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, you can just do whatever you want. So read a mystery, read a fantasy, read whatever.
I feel like the mystery can still be a little bit scary. Fantasy and sci-fi can still have a scary element to it. And I feel the same way. I read thrillers all year round, so I'm always reading something,
I thought it would, like, actually help with, like, if the bingo board or something could be a little bit more broad because of all the different types of middle grade too, besides trying to come up with spooky words.
Yeah. I like that. I like that name. You should do that one. Yeah.
So let me know in the comments what you think about it.
Yes. Alicia's here. She said, hello, Lee and Stormy. Just eating some lunch and reading Divine Rivals. I finished submitting my short story this morning. That's such great news. I can't wait to hear what happens with it.
Awesome.
What did she say? Spark of the Everflame. And I just thought Sork was kind of like, oh, it's a monster or something. Amy's here. She says, hi, ladies. I'll be doing a bit of reading from The Secrets of the Orange Blossom Cake by Rachel Linden and doing some early online holiday shopping. It's never too early to start planning for that. Anita says, I've been working on a first draft of a cozy mystery novel and I'm writing a book review on Bait and Swiss. That is really cool, too. I like seeing all the writers in here right now. Very nice. Kat said, hey, Alicia, I watched your October TBR video this morning. Mel said that would be interesting, handing the glass, stirring the glass, blowing, but they only let you blow into a tube attached to the pipe. I was just so impressed for a minute. I was like, oh, look at her over here. She's got, like, the whole thing. She's not scared or anything. But I still think it's cool that you go there and you do all those things. Like, that's just, like, perfect fall stuff to me, too.
Yeah, that is cool.
Mm-hmm. Master Dan said, I'm liking it. I was reading It Found Us by Lindsay Curry, but I found it too much middle grade in a row, so I decided to put it aside to the end of the month. That was who I meant, was Lindsay Curry, who's scary to me. And Alicia said, I hope you enjoyed the video. At Kat, I saw your comment. Thank you. Nita said, if the first draft goes well, I may have more of a presence on social media. That's super cool. I hope it does.
And speaking of Lindsay Curry, Blake yesterday told me that she's going to be writing her first adult novel.
Oh, that's very cool, too. See, I like seeing all these readers out here. And didn't we, not trying to start anything controversial, but wasn't there a reading thing that they stopped doing this year that happens next month?
Oh, the NaNoWriMo.
NaNoWriMo, yes.
Yeah, I seen somebody had something about NaNoWriMo 2.0. So I don't know if somebody's bringing it back or if somebody's doing something different. I didn't look at the video, but I just seen a video. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, I remember it was like a big thing. Everybody would do like October prepping for that, and there was one in the summertime.
Yeah, it was a big deal. I'd start off like the first couple of days, and then.
I mean, you'd have these people. You'd like watch their videos. They're getting ready. How many they did a day. It was like almost like their Vlogmas daily video type of thing, and those were fun to watch of other people. Yeah, because I'd be the same. I'd start out, and then I'd be like, yeah, I'm not hitting these numbers. Kat said, my husband made a big pot of red beans this weekend since he's going to be out of town. A bunch will be put into the freezer for later meals. You know, I'm all about the meal prepping. I'm meal prepping right now, so all about that. Roxy said, well, back to work. Got to go. Bye, everyone. Have a good day, Roxy. I hope work is not too much. Carmen, it's fantasy with some spooky and kind of Merlin King Arthur-ish. The Moon of Garth. Okay. And Esther Jane said, yes, J.A. Jance Brady this weekend.
Yeah.
And Kat said, I love our Beaumont Brady group. It's a fun buddy read that has evolved since March. And Carmen said, yes, Kat, it's been a buddy blast. See, I just love that all of you are doing it. I hear all about you talking about it all the time. I love it. I love it. Esther Jane said, I love The 13th Doors of Black House by Laura Lavoie. Okay. So check that one out. And Kat said, I read Nancy Drew The Clue in the Diary earlier in the month for Hallowtween. Said you could call it Harvest-tween.
Yeah, and I thought about Harvest something, but I didn't know if that would be jumping in on like what's her face that does the TBR Harvest, so I didn't know like having a Harvest-tween would.
And how about Middle Grade Mania for a title? There you go. There you go. That's also a good title. Yeah, people coming up with good ones.
I was gonna say, keep throwing out titles because yeah, I was like, what can I call it? And somebody said I could call it. What was it? Tweentober.
There you go.
Because
sounding good.
A lot of the people do that with the tober, like in things. They'll
yes,
put
cozy
like,
tober,
vamp timber, vamp. So.
Yeah, I'm in another one that starts tomorrow. They're cozy tober, but it's not just for cozy mysteries. It's like just for like a cozy season. So, yeah. But I feel like there's a lot of pressure because we only have from the 15th to the 31st, and I'm like, all right, that's getting. And she has like 10 prompts and stuff. I'm like, all right, that's getting a lot in, but it's still fun. Still fun. Carmen said, I think it would be good, Stormy. People can make the seasonal reads be what they like taking different paths.
Yeah.
That's true. Very true. Esther Jane said, I finished Nancy Drew and the Ghost of Blackwood Hall by Carolyn Keene.
Awesome.
I like the Nancy Drews. Carmen said, I like Tweentober. That's a cute one.
Yeah, and Michelle, my friend, her husband came up with that one. So
yes, I like that one. I like how a guy came up with it too.
Yeah.
Anita asked Esther, how did you like that? So, the Nancy Drew one. So I figure I like to get into my sprinting, so I want to get this book done. So I figure we'll jump into a sprint now. Do you want to read to the top of the hour?
Yeah, that'll be good.
All right, good. So, you got another vote here for Tweentober is cute too.
Awesome.
Yeah, you might have a good one. I like it too. All right, so we will read to the top of the hour, and then we'll come back and see how everyone did. Happy reading. So how did everybody do?
Editing woes. So like I said I was like exporting it so that I could upload it. Well, I did upload it, but then I always watch like a little bit to make sure everything's, pretty okay.
Yeah.
And I didn't edit out something that needed to be edited out. So I was like, well, phooey. So then I had to like take it off and edit and then re-export and then upload. So I finally got it uploaded though. And I read a little tiny bit on Mummy Man and Waffles. But
Okay.
I'm page 116. But yeah, I was like, that's so annoying when I do that.
Yeah, but you know what? Good that you caught it, because then you would have been more mad if you didn't. I'm looking where I got in my book. I'm still working on my meal prepping, and I got to chapter 5 in Sisterhood of Sleuths. So there's already a little bit of drama between her and her friends, so I'm interested to see what's going to happen. Let's see where we were at. Oh, Esther Jane was asking Anita what book. And Kat said, hopping off, have to run errands. Have an amazing day, friends. You too. Lisa said, I'm going to be grabbing some lunch. Hope everyone has a good sprint. I might read during my lunch as well. Esther G. Anita said the Ghost of Blackwood Hall, the Nancy Drew book. Pat came in. She said, hi, everyone. I'm back at the orthopedic doctor for physical therapy on my knee. I loved the jacuzzi yesterday. Happy reading. I'm a big fan of jacuzzis, so they definitely help me with my back. So I hope that they're helping you. Blake's here. She said, hi, friends. I'm at Target, which is dangerous. I'll be home soon to start reading. Target is very dangerous. Very dangerous. Especially when you just want to go in and look around, which I've had to stop myself from doing lately.
A lot of times, even just like the library and things like that, I'll tell Dad, "You take this book in, so I don't even go in and like, because then I want to bring something back out with me."
Yep. Yep. All of a sudden, now I go in and I have to look for all these things that I didn't need before I went in.
Yeah.
Yep, I get that one. Esther Jane said, I thought it was very good and very spooky. I went to look to see how far into Nancy Drew's I've read. I've only read the first 5. I thought I read more than that, but
I've only read the first 2.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I know I read a couple, Nancy Drew's, a couple of the Hardy Boys, and then like 1 or 2 things that they did together.
I just started reading them, so I've only read like the first 2 Nancy Drews. I've read the first 3 Hardy Boys. I like Hardy Boys more than I do Nancy Drew. Though I thought the second one was a little bit more interesting than the very first one. So, and I haven't read any of the ones like where they're together or any of the like case files. Or anything.
Okay. Yeah, those come later on. And Anita said to Pat, I hope everything goes well and I hope you feel better soon. And she was writing during this sprint.
Cool.
And she said, cool, it's on my huge TBR. Yeah. And Carmen made it to 84%, should finish today. Excellent. And Alicia, I ordered my reading planner and stickers and finished reading Garlic and the Witch. Very cute. Very cute. I'd like to see your planner and your stickers. Are you going to show it any live that you're doing? Just curious. Mel, I only read 9 pages. I was sidetracked by my soaps and other assorted things. It's okay.
I would like to ask Anita, you don't have to tell us if you don't want to, but do you have a theme for your cozy that you're writing? Like, is it going to be like restaurant, a bookstore?
Well, yeah, if you want to share.
Something like totally different.
It's true. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. That'd be interesting. I'm so excited to hear people are like doing writing and stuff like that.
I've been trying to work on like a middle grade book, but I don't know. I have all these ideas, but like actually writing them down, I'm so horrible with grammar.
That's something though that you can have edited at the end. You just write it, and then you could get help with that.
But it's kind of it's a mystery one, and it's kind of like a Nancy Drewish type too.
Mm-hmm. You should write it. just write it, get it all down, and then you can worry about the editing and the grammar later on. People will get what you mean. I think the harder part is coming up with the ideas and following through with that.
I think the hardest part isn't really coming up with the idea. It's coming up with all the stuff that's in between.
That's where I have a problem at. I can come up with the idea. I can come up with a few major parts, but it's all the in-between filler I don't do, because I'm just like, well, I want to just get to the good parts. I don't care about any of this other stuff. So, yeah. Alicia said, yeah, I will have a flip through video as it gets closer to the end of the year. Perfect. And Anita said, my sleuth is a teacher and the murder takes place at a high school after hours. That's very cool. And Carmen said, yes, Storm, just let it flow and don't let the grammar, etc. stop you. I agree.
I'll have to.
Because I feel like the editing, you would have, like, it'd be re-edits the whole time anyway, not just of this, but like grammar and all that type of stuff, and maybe moving a couple things around. I'm not making it sound like writing a book is easy. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, you know.
I wrote a little book, I don't know, when I was in my 20s probably, and my mom, she loved it and everything, and she thought it was really cool. And even some of the church people, because it was more like a Christian romance type book and everything, they all loved it and everything, even though I'm like, I think my grammar like sucks, but my mom would make fun of me because I write how I talk. And so she would, when she's reading through it, trying to fix some things for me and everything, because I say everything, not everything. And so I would write exactly like how I talk.
I get that, but that's also part of it, though. You know, you can always have that fixed up later. You know, there's times I even, like, when I say something and I'm talking about something and I'm like, why did you have to put such a Jersey spin on it? You could have, you know, been more normal.
And I did like that whole like self-published thing or whatever it is. But the people that I went with at that time, you know, because I didn't really know a whole lot about that kind of stuff, they wanted too much for my book, so I like never sold anything. I have one little copy downstairs of my book. It's a little thin one nowadays. It's more like a novella, I think, than anything.
But I feel like now there's so many different avenues you can go with for publishing and stuff like that. You could bring it
was kind of my version of Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, that's cool. See?
And a lot of people at my church that I went to at that time, they absolutely loved it. So I was like, but then I don't know, I fell off
of writing. Back if you wanted. Bring it back. Nita said, writing for me is a real process and it does take time.
Yeah.
She also pointed out, but you already have a voice, Storm. A lot of writers have a problem with that. Yeah, and she also said, by the way, you shouldn't have to pay to have your book published.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, you do. I feel like that's a big part of it too, is like marketing and having like the audience for things. Where I feel like marketing, that's something I'm terrible at. And
yeah, I'm like, well, I watched this one guy, and like he has a YouTube channel, and he does a lot of he's a fantasy kind of steampunk author, and he writes clean ones and things, and like more on like Christian or clean or whatever, and he gets banned from a lot of places. Like they won't publish his books, they won't do anything because of like the content in his books or whatever. And so he self-publishes and does a lot of that stuff himself. So he's built up a platform on YouTube as doing like talking about news, like fantasy news or celebrities or things like that that kind of pertains to like this kind of things that he writes and stuff like that. And at the beginning of every one of his, he always talks about one of the books that he has published, and if you would like to go and purchase his book or whatever it is, you know. So that's kind of like how he does things to try to market his own, because he doesn't have a way to do it otherwise.
Yeah, see, and you can also get help with marketing too. You know, if that's, but she's right. You already have like a platform for it. People here, so.
Yeah, mine is. It's about a girl who, she kind of gets raised in the library because her mom's a librarian, and so she reads. So she's like book smart, and she likes mysteries and things, and she has a notebook, and so she's like, you know, has her like sleuthing notebook on.
That's cool.
Number one, always look in the, like where you wouldn't look. So,
Right.
For a clue and stuff. I kind of like, it's a little bit like Encyclopedia Brown meets Nancy Drew type thing.
That's cool though. I like both of those. Yeah. And I see a lot of people on here who like push their books, push just like what they're writing. I mean, we have BookTube, but there's WriterTube, AuthorTube.
Yeah.
Let people do all that stuff. You could get into it if you wanted. We have Kim came in and she said, "Hey y'all, I forgot y'all were on and then I couldn't find you. I'm sorry. I know that I'm not normally a live show person and I haven't been doing them lately. But I happen to have the day off and we are in October, so I was like, let's see."
I told everybody about it last month.
Yeah.
And I was like, we're doing a live if you're not busy. So.
And Anita said, "You have a great idea, Storm. Go for it. You already have encouragement. You have people that would read it, people that would give you feedback,
Yeah.
help you with your grammar."
I just need to get out of my own head, I think, more than anything.
I think that's what we all do. I can come up with it doesn't even have to be writing. I can come up with a good idea. I've started to plan it out, and within like 30 minutes, I've already talked myself out of it. I suck. It was a horrible idea. Don't even bother. And I didn't even go anywhere with it yet. So we can all push ourselves like that.
Yeah.
Lauren said, "Oh, yay. I'm glad I checked YouTube. I completely forgot between last night and now." See? Hi, Lauren. And Michelle's here. She said, "Hi, Lee, Storm. I'm late, but I made it. Hope you're doing well." Hi, hello, everyone in the chat. You're not late. You were one of the first ones. You're just coming back.
Yep. You just had your errands to run, and now maybe you're talking. So.
Exactly. Anita said, "That's why, Lee, you have to work on it every day." Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, I'm not.
How many times somebody writes their book before it comes out? You don't really, a lot of times you don't really know a lot of the behind the scenes stuff about how many.
That's what I've seen that with Marcus, with like publishing comics and stuff. Just like he'll go through a story and then it's like, no, I'm going to do this different version, and no, I'm going to add this scene, and no, I'm going to take this out and I'm going to put this in. And I'm just like, to me, I'm like, it was good to begin with. Like, why? But perfectionist in people comes out, your ideas change. Maybe if you've waited a long time, your whole mentality on something has changed. I see he goes through that a lot. Like, he's like, yeah, but I was into that idea back then. I'm not into it now. So
yeah, and I think that's also a bad thing about like going over your book too many times, because then you're going to want to put more things in it that
yep.
Maybe it was just fine the way it was, but then you thought, oh, but
Mm-hmm. I say that to him all the time. I'm like, you've talked to what was good to like, not that the new idea was bad, but like you're just driving yourself crazy now.
Yeah, and my friend Barb's like, I'll like look over it and edit it, and I'll like mark it up for you or whatever it is. So, I mean, I know I've got people that help me with that, but still.
Now you're gonna have people that are gonna be pushing you, so you might as well just go do it now.
Maybe that's what I need though too, is people to be like,
yeah.
I even have like this one. This older man that went to the church that I used to go to whenever I did write the one little book and everything. And even to this day, he asked me, "Are you still writing?" And I'm like, "Not really." Because he really liked it. He really liked it. So I was like,
see, people want to read it. If people weren't interested, they'd be like, "Oh, that's nice," and never talk to you about it again.
Yeah.
Sorry. Kim said, "Couldn't remember your channel name was. I did hear Storm last night, brain fog." I'm sorry, I don't post a lot either. I've been in my own brain fog, my own issues over the past, 3 weeks. I've had family issues all across the board with everybody, and I feel like in turn, my brother and I have talked in the past 3 weeks more than we've talked this entire year, just trying to like help everybody out and figure out what's going on with everyone. So it's just like, if there's not one thing, it's another. So I've just been totally out of everything. Carmen said, "We have awesome writers among us. How cool is that?" Exactly. And she said, "Hi to Michelle." Michelle said, "You should definitely do that, Storm." Saying hi to Carmen. Anita said, "After you write the first draft, you should take a break from it." Yeah. And then about a month break from the first draft. That makes sense. Give yourself just that time away from it, and then when you come back, it's like a little bit more refreshed. I also feel like that's how you miss a lot of just regular mistakes, is because if you look at something so much, you become blind to seeing like the errors and things. I feel like that happens like if I was like working on something for work and there was like these like three major errors that I put in there, and I'm like, because I just kept looking at it over and over again. If I had stepped away, I would have noticed them right away.
Really.
And Michelle said, it's okay. Life happens. Hugs. Thank you very much. Yeah. Just stuff going on. But, you know, when you've also out-talked something, you've talked it, you've discussed it, you've talked with it other people, you're just like, I don't even want to talk about this anymore. That's kind of how I feel. And Kim said, I'm reading Mystery at Lockley Grange by Claire Chase, number 13 of the Eve Mallow series, one of many I'm reading. How many books are you reading right now, Storm? Because I know you're usually reading a bunch.
Well, I got The Mummy Man and Waffle, Phantom Academy, and The Lost World by Michael Crichton, I think, is the only ones that I've got going right now. But I have another one beside my bed over there that I'm really itching to get into. And it's like, I really need to concentrate on one of these eyeball ones and get it off of so I can start the other one. Because it's the middle grade Janice Hallett one, The Box Full of Murder.
Where did you find that one, Storm?
Somebody from the UK sent it to me.
Oh, because I am like, I can't find it anywhere. Libraries, bookstores, nothing. I'm like, where did she find that?
Yeah, because I don't think it's out yet, or here maybe. But she had it, and I was like, oh, that looks so cool. And I'm like, oh, it's not available in the US at the time. And she's like, well, I'll send it to you after I'm done with it. So she sent it.
Because I saw you had it. I'm like, how did you get it? I couldn't find it. And I went to like 5 different places. I'm looking online, a couple different libraries. I'm like, no one has this book.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious. I have to look in the UK. Got it. Got it. Michelle said, I'm still trying to push through Ward D by Frida McFadden. It's not grabbing me like her other ones. That's funny because I just watched somebody who said he gave that one 5 stars and he loved it. So I don't know. I haven't read that one yet, though. I have it. I haven't gotten to it yet. And you said it's easy to get discouraged, but don't listen to the naysayers. There you go. Very true. All right. You guys want to jump into another sprint to the top of the hour?
Sure.
I got to go work on my potatoes, so I want to make sure I get them before the water's empty in the pot.
I need to go fix me something.
All right. So we will meet back here at the top of the hour. Happy reading.
And we're back. How'd you do?
I went down and fixed me a grilled cheese sandwich and had some cottage cheese with some carrots and radishes, kind of for a side. Something quick. And so, since I was doing that, I decided to listen to an audiobook. I didn't really want to listen to The Lost World, so I just went ahead with the next Goosebumps that I needed to read. So this one is "You Can't Scare Me" by R.L. Stein.
Nice.
And I got to chapter 10, which is page 42.
Wow.
It's like 31% into the audiobook. They're like super quick. They're like 2.5 hours on audio anyway. So.
Sorry, hold on. What's that one about?
It's about these kids. They went like kind of like had a field trip into like the woods, and a couple of the boys, this girl's like not afraid of anything, and she like made fun of them because one thought he got bit by a snake and was about to have a cow or whatever, and he's like, "You're not afraid of this, are you?" Because it was just a green snake, and she like picks it up and is everything. So they're like, she's not afraid of anything. So they're trying to figure out, like, they're wanting to scare her and like scare her good. And there's a lore about, I guess, a part there where there's supposed to be some mud monsters or mud people. And so they're going to try to scare her with that because his older brother is making a movie about the mud monsters. So I figure they're probably going to try to use the costumes, but then maybe there's really mud monsters.
There you go. Nice. That's funny. In my book right now, too, they're making a movie and she dressed up as a lobster because that's part of the main character. And she just got like embarrassed because everybody saw her with the costume on and she just meant to show her friend. But no, it's good so far. I'm enjoying it. And I also worked on my meal prep. And Carmen had just said that sounds great for the time we were going to be gone for. And Michelle said, I'm going to continue with it. I'm only about 30% in, so we shall see. Yeah, he was like, it's quick, it's fast paced, it's quick, good twists. He gave it 5 stars, and he's not usually a 5-star giver, so I was surprised with that. Anita said, you guys are making me hungry now. And she said, I'm having tacos for lunch. I would have liked tacos for lunch. I had pepperoni, cheese, and some pickles I got at a farmer's market that are kind of spicy. So they're called, I forget what they're called, kickles, because they got a kick to them. And then I had a yogurt.
I don't necessarily like sweet pickles, but if you add heat to the sweet pickle, for some reason I could just gobble those up.
That's what these were. They were like bread and butter pickles with like the spice to them. So I was like, oh, these were actually pretty good. I normally don't like those either, but they were good. That definitely changed the flavor to liking it.
It did, yeah. It give it a little something different.
Yeah, exactly. Lauren said, made it to chapter 33 of The Ritual. The next sprint, I really need to be productive after spending 3 hours at the car place today. Ugh, I agree with you. That just drains you too. You're just... that's like a whole day process to me. And Carmen said she finished. Yay! And Michelle said yay too. Womack, I read 24 pages during that sprint. That was really good. Kim 109 of 291. Very nice. Michelle, I didn't get anything read, but I started prepping dinner. That's still being productive and doing something. And Cajun Okus, the mute came off and scared the snot out of me. Also, thank goodness my call was over.
Oops.
Yeah. Uh-oh. And Kim said I had beef tips with rice, pinto beans, and butter beans for lunch/dinner. That sounds good too. Everybody's got good stuff going on. So what other things are you planning on reading this month? Did you read that Grady one that you recommended? Or what was it called?
Oh, no, the little mystery one that was in my like new releases or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I haven't read that one.
Okay.
And off the top of my head, I don't remember what all's on my TBR.
I really want to get that Janice Hallett one. Now I'm gonna have to look for that somewhere.
You know, and it's weird because like when you look on Amazon, it says it came out like June 25th.
Yeah.
And stuff, but the only thing is like all I see is it had like a paperback available. It didn't have anything else.
Nothing else. And I went everywhere and I couldn't find it. And I'm surprised like no library has it. Audible didn't have it. Nothing. I'm like, and I don't even like to listen to those type of books on Audible because you want to read for like the text message, the emails, whatever, like the mixed media. But I was like, all right, if I have to settle for that, I'll do that. But I can't find it anywhere. Yeah, that's how I was like, oh, okay.
Let's see. So what's left on my actual TBR that I have here is Cold Blood if it comes in, because it's like one of those that it didn't get published till this month, so it could be a no-go.
Yeah.
And Finders Keepers by Jeff Strand, which is the third book in the Eek series. It's a middle grade series that he does and everything. I think I can get that one on Hoopla. And Broken Dolls by Ali Melanico, which that one might be iffy too, because I think that one just came out this month too, so there's probably, I think, a long wait on it. She did The Ghost Girl. I don't know if you remember that one.
I remember that one, yeah.
And everything. So I thought it sounded, it looked creepy because it had this creepy broken doll on the front.
Oh,
and then creepy. I have Witchwood by Kaylin Josephson, which is the third book in the Raven's Fall series.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only like Hallowtween type ones that I have on my. And then of course I have the big chunky beast here. That's Cold Days by Jim Butcher. That's still on there. And I have some like print ones, but I doubt I'm going to get to those because I can't seem to get these other print ones done.
It's so hard. So hard. Do you have Everand?
Yeah.
Do you like it?
It's okay, but it's kind of like a friend lets me borrow it, so I don't really have to mess with it too much.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking today, I was watching Elizabeth's series video, and she was talking, and I got this one on Everand, this one on Everand. I'm like, maybe that would be a better option.
I think it depends on what your
the genres are.
Yeah, like how much you listen to or how much you use it. Because now they have that new thing where if it's, I think if it's like newer, it takes forever for you to get it, or something that if it's not on your list, you can't read it like right then. And it's something, I don't remember what it is, but like it's definitely like not what was it, unlimited, like they kept trying to say it
is. Yeah, that's only because I feel like I was on the Miami-Dade library, and then they told me that they weren't renewing out-of-state subscriptions. So I kept looking around, and then I went with the New Orleans one, which has a lot of borrows, but A, not a lot of audio, and B, just not even a lot of the books. It has a lot of books, just not the ones that I want to read. So I was like, maybe Everand would be a good idea. I don't know.
See, it has it says like a monthly price starting at $11.99. It says the premium titles that you get are like 1, 3, or 5.
I saw that and I was like, what does that mean?
And so I think that's like, the premium titles are probably new things that have came out.
So does that mean like you could get 1 premium at $11.99? If you wanted to get 3, it's higher, and then 5, it's a higher price?
It could be, since it says the monthly price starts at $11.99.
That's what I was wondering, starting at $11.99.
And you see, it used to not be like that. You used to just sign up for it when it was $8.99, not $11.99, and it said unlimited or whatever, and it was never unlimited, because if you read too many or listened to too many audiobooks, all of a sudden the next one would be like, you can't have it until the next month whenever you paid for it again.
Gotcha.
And I was like, well, that sucks.
Yeah, that's not really, then, yeah. Yeah, I'll have to keep looking.
Yeah.
Lauren said, and I get to waste my afternoon at the DMV tomorrow. Oh, you're just having the worst 2 days then, because both of those are bad. And she did say to Kim, that does sound so good. It does. Michelle agrees that, Lauren, I hate doing anything car related. Yeah. And I'm thinking of starting Scritch Scratch this evening. Yeah, that's a good one. It's creepy, though.
Yeah, I get tickled at Sarah from reading category romance. That Sarah, she started out with like Scritch Scratch, and now it seems like every one she's read after that, it's like it was okay, but it's just not Scritch
Not
Scratch.
Scratch.
And that's why I was like, yeah, you started out with the better one.
Yep. You should have started out with the other ones and then led up too. And then Lauren said, oops. Yeah, I have the old Everant, and I really hope they don't make me upgrade soon.
Yeah.
And yeah, the premium are all new titles. And the older ones are unlimited, but they really have like tiers of what is available all the time versus limited. And Kim said, you now have to physically go to New Orleans branch to get a non-resident card. That's the other thing. I had signed up right before they said that. If I still want one after it expires, I have to go there and sign up for a card. But you still get a non-resident, but you have to go there to get it. So
I still don't understand why they just don't keep charging somebody for it. You're making money for the library.
I was like, I'm paying you for it, so who cares? It's not like I was getting it for free.
Yeah.
And I do have Mark's old comic partner, not old comic, they're currently comic partners, is in New Orleans. He definitely doesn't use a library card, so I'm thinking about making him go down and get it. And then I can have it for free, which means you didn't make any money off of me, and I can get the card. So, I mean, not that I'm complaining. A trip to New Orleans isn't a bad idea, but, you know.
My friend lets me use her card, but actually I'm using her husband's card. She has her husband signed up.
There you go. Now listen, you got to do what you got to do in the book world here, you know.
Yeah.
And Kim said to Lauren, it was good. I get it every Tuesday at a local restaurant. It does sound good. Oops, dropped a pen. And Lisa said, like Storm said, I wish they would just let me pay for the non-resident card. Exactly. That's, yeah. And she said they changed right before mine expired. Yeah, so I just got it before. Like, I got it, and then a month later they said that. And I'm like, I just spent so much time, like, looking for a card, looking for a good amount of Hoopla credits and all that. And I was just like, great, now I would still have to go there to get it. But, yeah, I don't know. I understand what they're saying. It affects, like, the people, local people, in-state people that want to use the card. But, again, if you're charging, you're making money off of it, too. So, I don't know. I'll have to see. I'll have to figure out another library for next year because mine only gives you 5 Hoopla credits, I think. And I think with Miami, I was getting 20 or 30, and with this one, I get 20. So, but also, if it's not any books that you want, what good is it too, you know?
Yeah.
Because then you're kind of like, well, I paid for it for what?
Yeah, because like I know like a lot of people say something like, I don't know, is it the Bronx or Brooklyn or something
Brooklyn.
like that has like a really good one.
Yeah.
But it has a really good one if you're like a romance reader.
Exactly. The genre depends. Yeah, that's what I've noticed with the New Orleans one. It's like, oh, but it's not things I want to read. So we'll figure it out. Michelle said it's hard to find non-resident cards to purchase. It's frustrating. It is.
Mm-hmm.
It is. I don't know. You want to do one more sprint to the top of the hour? That'd be just about 45 minutes.
Sure.
And we can wrap that up, and then everybody could go about their day.
Yep.
All right. Sounds good. Happy reading, and be back at the top of the hour. So how did you do?
Pretty good. I am on page 146, so I'm over the halfway mark anyway.
Nice. Nice. I got to chapter 12, so it's definitely picking up here. And I'm enjoying it. And the Nancy Drew does come into play a lot for multiple different reasons. I like that.
Well, that's cool.
Yeah. So, so Kim said, I think Orange County, Florida still allows non-resident cards. I think they do. I think the only thing at the time I was kind of like, it was $125 a year for a card. But now when I realize how difficult it is to get a non-resident card, I'm like, maybe that's not that bad. Because if I had to take a trip to New Orleans to get a new card, I'd have to pay for the card and the trip to Louisiana. So, hold on a minute. I'm sorry. I'm stuck on something. Okay. Sorry. I gotta plug my laptop in.
Yeah, we don't want you to die in the middle.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, low battery, low battery. And Anita said, just got back from lunch. I'm going to do a bit more writing before reading Murder by Cheesecake. Did you wind up reading that one, Storm?
No.
I
started it, but I just wasn't really in the mood, and there was like people waiting on it, so I just let it move back.
That's how I feel. I feel like I haven't been in the mood, and I don't want to read it and just be like, meh, for no reason. What are you thinking of it, Anita, though? I'm curious. Nestor Jane said, oh, good, I'm back again. Lost internet as I think someone hit a pole. Oh, I missed some of this. I'm sorry. I'm glad it's back up. Yeah. Michelle said, thanks, Kim. I'll check them out. And Courtney came in and said hi, which I said hi back to her. And Amy came in and said, hi, Lee. I'll join in. I'm listening to City of Lies and Legends by Kayla Edwards, and that is a very cool cover. I like that one, so I let her know. And Kim said, page 113 of 291, and can't keep my eyes open. You came back from like the doctor and stuff. Just go relax and rest. Don't stress yourself. Michelle Lynn said, hi, friends. I'm finishing up work, and then we'll be listening to a book of the month. I've got 11% to go, and then I can get some middle grade spooky vibes going.
Yeah.
And Michelle said, read 3 chapters in Ward D. It's getting better. Okay,
Yeah,
that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm like, okay, please. And Amy said, I'm on chapter 4. And Anita said, I'm still writing. That's good, because if you're in the mood, just go with it. If that's what you're feeling it, you're feeling it.
She's in the zone.
Exactly. That's it. And Amy said hi to Storm. And Lauren said, got to 35 of 65 and only got the dishes done. Only? That's still getting something done, because I have a pile sitting in the sink that I don't want to even look at. So, Carmen made it to 19%. And Anita said, you could try Longbridge, New Jersey. They may allow non-resident cards. I have to go check that one out myself. And if I had to, I could go there myself and get it too. And Alicia said, I got the kiddos from school, took some meds, sore throat, starting and getting ready to get back to reading. There's something been going around. One of my coworkers has been sick for 3 weeks.
Oh, no.
And she's the chatter of the top front of the office. So everybody's like, it's been so quiet with Jen not being able to talk. I'm like, that's so mean, but...
True, but mean, right?
True, but mean, right? I'm like, I hope she feels better, because she just looks miserable. Like, whatever got her bad, so... And then you said I only read a couple of chapters, but it's like watching an episode. Oh, okay, so... That would be fun.
I've heard a lot of people say that when they first start reading it, that, oh, it's just like watching an episode, and then it seems like when they get done, they're like, oh, it was okay. So it's kind of like, I don't know.
Well, I guess that too, because there were some episodes that you just like loved more than others. So maybe if it was like, if you weren't into Rose is this one, right? It's Rose's Family. Maybe if you're not into that one as much.
And I feel also that if you weren't like a regular watcher of the show and like you keep watching it, like you watch reruns and stuff like that, that you may not get all the stuff that's in it that makes it feel more like an episode, or like you're watching Golden Girls, except for reading it, than like just somebody who's never even heard of the Golden Girls and picks it up. or whatever. Like they won't
Very
get
true.
all the stuff.
Very true. Yeah, that's bad. Of course, and you know it's bad when the chatterbox shuts up. I know that is me. Well, we have one in the front and we have one in the back. The one in the back was sick before the one in the front, so it was like, oh.
And were they chatting with each other and gave each other a cold?
And the thing is, when they're together and they're like in the center of the office, it sounds like they're screaming at each other, but they're not. It's just one's Italianness is coming out, one's Puerto Ricanness is coming out, and it sounds like they're like fighting, but they're not. They're just having a great conversation.
They're just getting excited about
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we just laugh about it. I'm like, yeah, what are you gonna do? But the one in the back, she had such a terrible cough. Like, you were just like, you felt like your chest was hurting even listening to her.
Like, oh.
I'm like, all right, this is bad. Nita said, I think if you like the characters, it will be good for you. Okay. And I didn't necessarily like Rose, but I definitely like the cheesiness of her St. Olaf story. So I think I might be into this one for like.
Rose was like my favorite character when I watched it, but I mean, it's been so long ago. It's like, if I watched it now, would I still like Rose? I don't know.
I think I did. I like went through phases with each one of like at certain times I like them for different things, you know.
I always thought like Dorothea was like grumpy and grouchy, and I wasn't like a huge fan of hers. And then Sophia was just like rude at times, but funny.
Yeah, yeah.
And so and Blanche was just Blanche. She just like,
yeah, like I liked Blanche's southernness. I love that Dorothy was a teacher. That was something I really liked about her. So, and I just think they all like, even when they were like bickering with each other, they still were like for each other too. So I like that. You know, it was the overall of them. Michelle said, I started that one and had to put it down. I guess I wasn't in the mood, but it's a lot, like an episode for sure. I'll pick it back up again later.
Yeah, like I haven't been in like a huge cozy mystery reading mood, so I'm like, I need to like want to read it, I think, so that I give it a fair shake, I think. So
that's true. Curtis said, I read at work to keep from chatting up people. What I hate is when I'm reading at work and somebody comes in and sees you reading and then like wants to start come chatting with you. It's like, you see, I have a book in my hand, right? For a reason. Even if, and this is sad, even if I'm listening to an audio, I will still hold a book in front of me just so people know that I have a book. Exactly. So when I see somebody just reading their book, I leave them alone. I might just say hi and go about my day. Vanessa Jane said, I didn't care for Murder by Cheesecake and I love the Golden Girls. Okay. Well, maybe it's just the book. Michelle said, I love Blanche and Sophia. And Courtney was never a fan of Dorothy. Nita asks why. Oh, why she didn't like the book.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think too there's something about when the media is visual and that's the only way that you know it, and maybe you go to some different way, it just doesn't, like if I've listened to an audiobook the whole time and I hear the characters' voices in my head and then I was to go read it, I feel like I'm totally thrown off because I'm used to their voices. And that could be it. And Amy said, I love the Golden Girls, but I still haven't read Murder by Cheesecake yet. I haven't been in the mood for a cozy mystery lately. I agree with you on that because if I'm not in the mood for one, I know that I'm not going to like it. Like I have to get into that mood for it. Esther Jane said to Anita, I just couldn't seem to get to like the book characters. Maybe I was expecting more. Just couldn't get into it and DNF'd.
Yeah, and I think also I feel like I'm not in the mood for like starting a new cozy mystery series.
That's it is. Like if it's one of my favorite series, I'm good. I'm looking forward to it. I know that I want it to come out. It takes a lot and I have to be in the mood to start a new series. Yes.
Yeah, because like I've been okay with the ones that I'm familiar with reading and everything, but I've been pretty harsh with like newer ones or whatever. It's like I don't like the main character. She's annoying. She thinks she's a know-it-all. She does, but the ones that I'm used to, it's like I'm okay with.
Yeah, you're like, oh, that's just how they are. Yeah, I feel the same way. I am looking forward to which one's coming out next month. It's one of the crap. Hold on.
Newlyweds Can Be Knocked Off.
Oh,
The Amish Matchmaker series. I'm looking forward to that.
I still need to get to the Gingerbread Danger or whatever. Or
Mm-hmm.
Gingerbread Amish one. I haven't read that. I don't know why I've been putting it off.
Well, sometimes I'm either savoring it. I don't want to read it because then I know, you're caught up, and then that's it.
A lot of times it's like, oh, it's just one book. And then you look back and it's like, well, they know they've got like 3 books in the series. Like, my favorite one is The Tourist Trap Mysteries by Lynn Cahoon. And I think there's like 2 or 3 books out. And I'm like, what happened? Well, I'm so behind now. I'm like, to keep up with it. And now I'm so behind. It's the same with like the Country Club one, the Julie Mulhern one that I really like and stuff. I think there's like at least 2 or 3 out in that one that I haven't read. I'm like, oh, I need to concentrate on the ones that I like really like, that I used to keep up with, so that I can get caught back up with them instead of starting new ones. I think that's.
I agree, because then all of a sudden I'm like, oh, I'm 2.5 books behind. When did they come out with the half? What happened? Yep, I feel the same way. Bernie said people love to ask what you're reading. Sometimes they regret it, as my reading can be smutty, horror, or historical. I only have one girl at work that would ask me what I'm reading. Otherwise, they're probably just like, I don't care, or they don't even, No, but I do have one.
I don't mind if they want to ask me what I'm reading, but just ask me, let me tell you, and then go on. Don't just keep talking to me.
Right, exactly. That's it. Just ask me, oh, good, whether you know what it means or not, and then just, yeah. But you could also give them like either like a really boring title, like, oh, I'm reading the ancient history of blah, 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 and they'll probably be like, oh, okay. Or,
yeah, I'm going to go back over here.
Yeah. Or, make it a really smutty title, and they're like, oh, okay, and walk away. It kind of depends who it is, though, especially at work.
Yeah.
Michelle said it's kind of like watching Jaws and then trying to read the book, because they're completely 2 totally different stories. Totally different stories.
That was like my analogy for like whenever I was reading The Watchers by Dean Koontz. The movie and the book, they're totally 2 separate things. I think it's the same thing with Jaws. What they did was they took the shark parts out of the book and made a movie.
Yes.
And everything. And that's kind of like with The Watchers. They took the main character's name, the dog, and the monster and made a horror movie. But I don't feel that The Watchers is really that big of a horror book. I think it's more like maybe suspense thriller with some horror aspects. Because like when the monster does like charge in and do some things, it's kind of scary or whatever. But other than that, you were kind of following just these 2 characters through this whole book, and it spans like 6 months. So, okay. And you watch the movie, it's about a teenager, and the monster is trying to get to the dog, and they're like a lot of high stakes kind of horror stuff happening. But it's like, no, that's not.
That's very. Yeah, I feel like the Jaws book was more about Amity, where Jaws the movie was about the sharks. So
yeah, it was a lot about the sheriff and his
real estate and mafia,
marriage problems, and
yeah. It was like, this is totally different. But, I agree on that one. Esther Jane said, or maybe it was eyeball reading it, and I don't do audiobooks. That could definitely have something to do with it. Yeah. She said, okay, I see what you're saying. And Kat said, again, back from running her errands. I hope you had a successful time, and now you're back. Saying hi to Kat. And Amy said, I just pre-ordered all 7 audiobooks of the new full cast Harry Potters. It was a birthday present for my husband yesterday. I'm so excited to try the full cast version. Well, happy birthday, number 1. And number 2, that's very cool, because I did think about next year. I've never read Harry Potter, but I have thought about doing Harry Potter for next year.
I would be really curious what you think of the full cast audio. I'm still like Team Jim Dell as narrator, so I don't know how I'd feel about a different narrator for that series. But I would have to like listen to like maybe a little sample to see what it's like. But Jim Dell was just so good at all the characters and everything. So.
Yeah, I've never read them, so and I feel like I've missed out on stuff because. And I even think there's a lot more in the books than there are in the movie.
And I even think that Stephen Fry version was good too. It's just I'm partial to Jim Dale's version.
And then everybody's like, I can't believe you didn't read Harry Potter as a kid. I'm like, I wasn't a kid when Harry Potter came out, so that wouldn't have happened either way.
Yeah, and when the first one came out, my mom was very opposed to them, so I didn't want to like try to read them at the time. I mean, even though I was older and everything, I was just like, just. And then I watched the first one on a flight, and I was like, this isn't so bad. So then I found out that at the time he was 55 years old, that I was working for a boss, was reading Harry Potter, and he absolutely enjoyed them. And I was like, really? You read Harry Potter? He's like, yeah. And I was like, because he's like this like military marine type guy, you know, shortcut, all that stuff, he, and everything. And so it was just really odd that he was reading Harry Potter. So then I thought, okay, I've got to try to read Harry Potter and see. And I liked them.
Yeah, I feel like I should read as a reader. I feel like I should read them just to see what I missed out on. I think it'd be really good.
Yeah, it'd be fun.
Yeah, goal for next year. She said that's cool. Michelle said, thanks for the surprise sprints, lady. I'm going to hop off because kids and other responsibilities. Enjoy the rest of your week. Totally understand. Have a great day and week as well. And Kat said hi to Courtney. And Esther Jane said, I have read all of the Murder, She Wrote books, but the last one I DNF'd, and now I'm not going to read the next. I am not interested. Okay. I have not ever read or watched a Murder, She Wrote.
They have been, really bumming her out because she's read all of them, and then she hasn't gotten interested in.
That's disappointing. Yeah, you want to, but it's like, people saying bye to Michelle and happy birthday to Amy. She said, I have never listened to Harry Potter in audiobook. I've read them in paperback years ago, so now I'm wanting to do a reread or listen to the full cast audiobooks.
And for Esther Jane, is the ones that you did after the ones that you didn't like the newer author, if they went back to the old author, would you try it again?
Question. There we go. Amy said, Lee, I was in my 20s when Harry Potter came out, so I was an adult when I read Harry Potter. Yeah, same. I was, in my 20s, so I was just like, maybe even, I think 20s, yeah. So I don't think I would have, it just wasn't on my radar at the time to read, but I enjoyed the movies, especially
the first. It was something that my younger cousins were reading, and I was just like, and then back then, to be honest, I didn't read a lot of middle grade like I do now.
Well, it's funny how we were talking about Percy Jackson earlier, me and you, and that's why I started reading it, because one of the girls at work, she used to bring her son in, like when daycare was closed or whatever, and he was reading it. So I decided I would start reading it so he had somebody to talk to about it and something to do while he was at work. And so he would read one, we would read them together as they started to come out. So I just got into them like that. And then that was kind of like, oh, I remember how good middle grade was. So that kind of got me into that. So. But yeah, and never that I had anything against reading them. I just didn't read them, but I definitely want to now. And I probably will listen to the audios at the same time too. So. And Alicia said, I love the Harry Potter books, but I would like to listen to the audiobooks. She said, yeah, you need to watch. I know, everybody says this to me, like, can't believe you haven't watched them or read them. I don't know why I never did. I just never did. Maybe I'll get into it. Amy said, so I don't know the Jim Dale or Stephen Fry books, Fry, audiobooks of Harry Potter are like in comparison.
Yeah. Well, once you listen to like the full cast audio, you need to do like a sampling of, because you can get like the audio sample.
Yeah.
And just that way you could hear their voices and see.
That's true.
If you like them or not.
Yeah, because I think when you do a sample, you get like 5 minutes, don't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that gives you enough. And Michelle Lynn said, I never read Harry Potter and wasn't really interested. Yeah, I could see that's not for everybody. Sam Courtney said, no desire to get into the Harry Potter universe. I saw 30 minutes of the first movie and fell asleep. I feel that way about Shrek. I know people love it, but I was like, I fell asleep right away. So.
And I think Harry Potter is kind of like Twilight. You either want to read it or watch it or read them and stuff.
Exactly.
Exactly. And Esther Jane said, too many new authors. Now they have 2 authors writing every 6 months. Feel like they never watched the show or read the previous books. Makes sense. And the first author passed.
Yeah, that's a bummer. Yeah, but I knew like I don't know what her name was, Terry something Moran or something. I thought people liked her. She was kind of like the one before the one that they got now, I think. I don't know. I'm only on number 4. I'm still in the old one that passed away author.
Right.
So.
Okay. And you said thank you for the birthday wishes, everyone. And Courtney says she has seen clips of the movies, though. Yeah, I think when anything is like super popular, even if you've never watched it, because I've never watched, oh crap, what's the name of it with Tom Hanks? Bubba Gump Shrimp.
Oh, Forrest Gump?
Forrest Gump. I've never seen Forrest Gump, but I feel like I've seen enough clips and scenes that like I know what the movie's about. I mean, other than it being about his life, I think I've watched all those main parts.
All the good parts, like, life is like a ball.
Yeah.
Chocolate.
Same thing with oh crap, what was this? Silence of the Lambs. I had never watched that until a few years ago, but when I watched it, I realized I think I might have actually not seen 2 scenes. I saw the rest of the movie just through clips and references people had made. So I was like, oh, I really
and like, all the good references, like I knew a lawyer once.
Yeah. There was just like 2 boring scenes that like were kind of irrelevant that I hadn't seen before. So yeah, I was like, okay, didn't really miss anything. And Esther Jane said, but there are 2 more coming out, and that would be the 61st and 62nd book. Wow. And you've read all the other ones. Wow. That's a lot.
I feel like some of these long ones, like they just don't know when to say quit.
Yeah. Didn't I hear though, irrelevant but relevant, Elizabeth saying that the Swanson books are ending?
I think that's what they're getting from like the gist of, I think that's what they're thinking.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I heard her say that and I was like, oh wow. That's been a long running one as well. Alicia said, I love when I read the Harry Potter, then the movies came out after they created the Wizarding World of Harry Potter Universal theme parks. Seeing it come to life is pretty neat. I agree. I had a bad experience when I went to there, only because I was sick, but I would love to go back again because I don't feel I fully enjoyed it, but I would love to go back.
I've never been to a Disney park, so.
Well, that's not Disney. That's Universal.
Universal. Well, I know that stuff.
Yeah. I don't, right now, at this point in time, I don't think I would go back to Disney, but I would love to go back to Universal. So, because I didn't fully get to appreciate Wizarding World. And if you watch Alicia's videos of the like new Universal stuff that they have, it just looks amazing. And I really, really want to go. So.
I know, and used to know a lady that like she had like season tickets to all that stuff. Like, that stuff all the time.
Yeah. Yeah, one of my coworkers who does now live in Florida, she like works remotely. She's always like, come down anytime. I have season passes. We can go. And I'm like, you're being tempting. But it was summertime, and I wasn't going to go to Florida in the summer. So that's like in November to February for me. So
okay, so I have a question because like I really don't know anything about any of that stuff. So is Disney and Universal like close together or farther?
Yeah.
Okay. Because I don't know. I guess I've always just put them together, I guess.
Yeah, no, they're close by.
For some reason.
Like I've done trips where I've gone to Disney and Universal in the same vacation type of thing. So yeah, they're close. And Kat said, I love the Harry Potter universe. I've seen all the movies, but I haven't read all the books. Okay. Amy said, for the record, I'm a Twilight fan as well, but the sparkling vampires are a bit far-fetched, but love them anyway. I don't think you have to apologize for your love of Twilight,
I didn't like Twilight that much. I like I feel like I like the third and the fourth book way more than the first and second book. The second book was so boring, but I wasn't into it. I read the first one. I didn't care. I wasn't going to read anymore, but a lady I worked with, she was so enamored with the whole thing and she wanted somebody to talk to, and I was the only reader. And she was like, please read them so we can talk about them. And I'm like, okay. So I read them.
I read them. I watched them. I was a little bit disappointed with the movies, particularly because I feel like you could have done a lot more with the werewolf lore that you could have put into the movies to make the movies better.
and they just totally skipped over that stuff. And I was a little disappointed that they didn't add that stuff in. That's my only complaint, really. I mean, other than that, it is what it is, and I enjoyed them for what they are. That's
Like
it.
my dad's watched the Harry Potter movies, and he liked the Harry Potter movies and everything, but he'd never read the books because there was like all these. Because like I don't remember which one it was. If it was number like book 6 or so, like 5 or 6. There was just so much in those books that weren't in the movies.
Yeah.
And it was like you just like skipped over all this stuff.
Yeah, that's why I feel like I want to read them, because I remember going with somebody who was such a fan of the books, and she was like so annoyed. She said, they didn't do this, they didn't talk about that. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I have no idea what she's talking about, but she was very upset about it. So
yeah,
it'd be I think it's going to be worth reading. So, and Esther Jane said Donald Baines was great. They had one author that I read for a bit and stopped. Why? Because he had Mort calling Jessica a PETA.
and I think that was the Donald Bain one though. That I mean, I know he got better at it, but he had Jessica driving a car or whatever, and it's like, have you ever watched the show?
Yeah.
Jessica doesn't drive. She rides a bicycle, but she doesn't drive.
And a PETA is a pain in the ass. So, I know some people aren't going to say it. So, and Kat said, I've never seen Titanic or Top Gun, but I know enough about it from the people talking about it so much that I have no desire to watch them. Yeah. I feel like we have a lot of things like that too. Yeah.
Yeah, when Titanic came out, I went and watched that with my mother and absolutely enjoyed it, but I don't think I would ever watch it now.
Yeah.
So one of those things when it first came out, it was something you did, you watched it, it was good.
Yeah.
But it was 3 hours long, and it's just 3 hours that I don't want to,
commit to again. Yeah. I get that. Alicia said they have added and changed a lot. And now there is Epic Universe. Yes, that was what I meant. Epic Universe. That's what you show a lot that I enjoyed. And Kat said Universal is a lot of fun. I enjoyed Universal more than Disney. Yeah, I think as a kid, and not saying you can't go as an adult, but I think I enjoyed Disney a lot more as a kid and pre-social media.
Yeah.
Where I think just now I would enjoy Universal more. So. And Alicia said Disney and Universal and SeaWorld are all in Orlando. Yes, SeaWorld's another one too. And Esther Jane said they got really good author that stopped writing them, but now yikes. It just sucks for you because I feel like you only have a few more left, and that's
you're so invested in it.
Yeah.
You read all of them, and then the last couple of them are kind of like,
yeah, that's it. And Alicia said New Moon was more about the wolf lore, especially in the movie. Yeah, I just feel like in the books, like some of the elders of the tribe, they just told stories from the past that I think would have just been cool to see come to life that they just didn't do. So that was it. I was just disappointed with that. And I think for a lot of guys that were like, oh, it's sparkly vampires, if you had a little bit more of the cool lore of the wolves, that would have evened it out a little bit more for people. I don't know. That was just like, I wanted to see that and they didn't show it. So maybe later. And Kat said, besides, I have seen so many movies with Leonardo DiCaprio looks much older than he was in Titanic. He looks 12 years old. He does look very young in that one, yes. Yeah. I agree on that one. Yeah. And Leisha said, yeah, they should have done more. I mean, that's it. I mean, other than that, I mean, it's still good. I would have been excited for that part. So that's it. I don't know. We've talked a little bit more. You want to do a quick another half-hour sprint, and then we will wrap up?
Sure.
Okay. All right, so we'll read to the top of the hour and then we'll finish up. Happy reading.
Sorry about that. I was really into that chapter right there.
I was wondering, I was like, maybe she's like really intensely reading there.
I was like, now it was like the woman, they went to go interview somebody about Nancy Drew, and she was telling them about like the dark side of Nancy Drew in the books and stuff like that. So I was just so into the story right there. I was like, oh, that's interesting.
Have you ever followed Cameron Chaney? He's got the Library Macabre.
Yes, I know exactly who he is. Okay. I haven't followed him though, but I know who he is.
You need to watch the one book haul that he does where he goes and visits the Nancy Drew museum that's inside like this big library or something.
Oh, I'll have to take a look.
It's really cool. Like this one lady, it's like all her whole collection or whatever it is and stuff.
That's very cool. Yeah, I was just really into that. I'm like, oh, okay. How was yours?
Good. I decided to work on Phantom Academy that time, and so I'm 31% into that.
Nice. Yeah, that was flying by. All right, let's see how everybody else is doing so we can let everybody go do their stuff. Kat said, I finished Howie Monroe and the Doghouse of Doom, Book 3 in the Tales from the House of the Bunnagle series. I love this series. Yes. Very good for finishing. Esther Jane said, got to chapter 45, now going to make a turkey wrap for dinner. And Anita is definitely in the zone because she's still writing. Yeah. Nice. Amy said, I got to chapter 7. And Carmen said, after I finished Boneland, I'll be reading Hallowtween Inn, Book 2 in the Bunnacle series. Very nice, very nice. And Carmen said, I'm at 27% in Boneland. Kim slept, which you're drained, absolutely. Yeah. Agent said, made it for the end, got off work and updating my reading spreadsheet, so now maybe I can read.
Yay.
Which means you'll definitely finish a book tonight. Yeah. Kat said, what's cute about this Howie book is he writes a parody of Harry Potter. That's cute.
That's cute. I really need to get to that series, a little spin-off series from the Bunnicula ones.
Bunnicula, that's it. I can never pronounce it right. And Alicia said, I got dinner started, tacos, and got a cough drop. Throat is feeling worse, but we'll relax. Thank you for the sprints. I hope you feel better. And tacos sound really good, especially when I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to have for dinner.
We're having like popcorn, shrimp, and probably macaroni and cheese. Something simple. Easy.
That sounds good. I got to see what time Marcus is home because that will depend on how much work I want to put into dinner. So, yeah. And Kat said, Hallowtween Inn is great, Carmen. And Annie said, hi, all. I'm reading Ride or Die by Delilah Dawson. And Kat said, Stormy, you will love the Howie series. And Anita said to Alicia, feel better soon. Yes. And Kim said, who was the Nancy Drew Museum?
It's Cameron Chaney. I think it said. I think it says Cameron Chaney's the Library Macabre.
The Library Macabre. I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Hey, Kat, if you are in here, can you please put his name because I know you're friends with him.
I was gonna say, yeah. She'd know it more than I would.
Yeah. Kate said, no, I finished one at 3:30 a.m. Woke up and only had one chapter left, so starting a new book now. So you finish it tomorrow. Got it. And Alicia said, thank you to Anita. Yeah, I'll just wait for a second and see if Kat puts his name because I know they were talking the other day about some books that he wrote too. He's an author who wrote.
Yeah, he has the Autumn Crow, which is a book that has a bunch of short stories. And then his book is called Fresh Hell, and it is set in the same place like Autumn Crow. It's like Autumn Crow High or something like that. Yeah. It's supposed to kind of be like the R.L. Stein books. The
Fear Street?
Yeah. Yeah. Kind of in that kind of vein, like that old 90s vibe.
I definitely remember during Old School April, everybody was reading his book.
I have Autumn Crow, the little novella, like the short stories, but I haven't read them because I'm just not a short story person, so I haven't read them, but I bought it. But I need to try it, and then I need to buy his other book, like the ebook.
Nice, yeah. I figured short stories actually sound like they'd be up my alley for like a horror type of thing, so I might check those out. And Kat did put his name in here, and then Kim said that she found him. So thank you, Kat.
And Cajun said to Kat, which book is that? The Howie one.
I can't remember. I think he mentions maybe in the title if it's the Nancy, where he's going to the Nancy Drew Museum, but I know he does like 3 book hauls in a row because he went traveling.
Okay.
And everything, and he had to split his book hauls up into 3 because he had bought a lot of books. And one of those, he goes to the museum. I just don't remember which one.
That's very cool. I'll have to check those out because that'd be something fun to do too. And Kat said Cameron is amazing. Both of his books are fantastic. I said thank you. And Kat said Tales from the House of Benecula, book number 3, Howie Monroe and the Doghouse of Doom. That's it. She said you have a good night. And Cajun said, oh, Lee, my Hold on the Appeal came in and I really liked it. Want to read more of her. I really enjoyed the appeal. I enjoyed the Christmas appeal. I did not really get into the Alberton Angels one, but I really want to get the middle grade one that Storm has that apparently we have to go to the UK to get. So I'll take a look for that one. And
I wonder if something like Better World Books or something might have it or something.
I'll have to take a look because I'm just not. I was just baffled that there were none.
It's really weird since it's been out for that long. And, you would think that if it was just out in the UK only, that it would say coming soon or whatever on Amazon US, So that's what I don't understand.
I'll be on the search for it. Mimi said, thanks for the sprints, lady. Cajun said, thanks to Kat. And Anita said goodnight to Kim. And goodnight to Amy. And thank you for the sprints, lovely ladies. Bye, friends. And Carmen said, thanks, Lee and Storm, for sprints. Off to make some bread and see you all soon. And with that, thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun to do. I know I don't get to do a lot of sprints anymore, but this was fun.
A lot of fun.
And thank you, Storm. Thank you for Hallowtween, too, because without that, I wouldn't have even thought about doing this. So,
yeah.
Anyway, everyone have a good night. Enjoy your dinners. Go rest, Kim. Everybody else feel better, Alicia. And I believe tonight there's sprints on
PK, I think.
PK's channel, if you want to go there, or if not, on Sunday on Tiffany's, Monday on Storm, or whoever's doing them now. So, anyway, that's it. Thank you, everyone, and we'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.